Hello and welcome to my YouTube channel. So starting this week, we doing a new series, Design to Code. As you can see, we're going to be designing a real estate website. It's right here. We had our navigation, the hero section, the tab, agent, the search, the location right here, the listing, testimony, and the photo. So for this week, there won't be no voiceover. It's gonna be speed it up. But the next only add the HTML and hopefully the CSS, and the following week JavaScript, and those gonna be voiceover. So without further ado, let's get started. Hello again, welcome back to my channel. My name is Marius, and on this channel I create web design and development tutorial. So if that's something that interests you, be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and be notified every time I release new tutorial. So starting this week, we're designing and coding a new project. So Design to Code. I'm gonna be designing this real estate landing page right here, and next we're gonna lay out the HTML and hopefully the CSS. Now following that, we're gonna lay out the JavaScript. So without further ado, let's get started. So there's a link in the description if you want to code along, so you can download the images and start a file. So like I started, if you open your folder, you see the HTML file that you have the boilerplate linked to using the Papen Google fonts, and then link to the file icon, which you can see right here, using the remix icon library or our icon. I will link to the CSS, and the bottom the JavaScript, or JavaScript is empty. So we study on the header, from the logo, the menu item, and this button right here. Then we had the hero section, and this section right here, and the tab agent section. So we start on header. We create a header using the header element. Give it a class called header. Inside of that, create a use the nav element. Give it a class called header nav. And create a container. It did with a class container that will wrap around the navigation. And create another div with a class called flex wrapper. This class will be used to create a flex container. And inside the flex wrapper, we create is our logo container. Apply the header dash logo. And inside here, create the anchor element, the class called logo. Leave the href empty and create the image element for our logo image. So it will be images /logo .png. Save it. You can see it here, but right here, because it's light and the background also is light. And I'm using pre-pros for the live preview and reload. Also, there's a link in the description where you can find where you can download it. So next section will be the menu items. So go now, create event element, the class of header, nav items. And here we create the each item list. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So create parentheses, put li greater sign a, so it can create the li element instead of the anchor element. But we want to give a class to the li, so call header dash list, and the anchor element we get a class called header link, and put the curly brackets for the text that be between the anchor element. So put home, which is the first menu item, multiply by 7, press enter, then they create all of this. Now we don't have to do it manually. Now for second menu item, stay box. Third one, by rents, agents, blog, and contacts. Save it. Now we see our item right here. So next, the so header CTA, create anchor elements for the class button. We leave the href empty, and here we say get started. And after this one, we create a mobile menu icon. So we create the web class called header mobile. And set your create button. Use a button element for the class mobile menu icon. Input the type of the button to be button. And here we use the remix icon. So the I and the class we are I menu downline. We save it. We get our right here, and I'll get started button. That will be style later for the CSS. After that will be it for the header. If you want to pause it to go through, you can do so. I'll collapse this and move to the main session for the hero, send with the hero. So I will do a session tag with a class called hero. Inside here we use again the flex wrapper. Create our container. Create a div with a class of hero content. So we're now working on this session right here, the hero session. So inside of the hero session, create a row. And create the column. If you take a look, it's like half of the entire width, so it's gonna be 6, 6. So create the class call dash 6. Inside here, create my h1 element. Inside here, create a span element. As you can see, these are on one line, these together. So the first we say buying, renting, selling, and a second span element. We say your search starts and ends here. So that's the content element. Collapse this one, and underneath it we create the tab agent. This session right here. There are 4 columns. Use our row again, so the column can stay inside of the row. 3 to make the 4 column, and we create the agents class And inside the agent class, we had the picture on the left and the text on the right. So we create agents, picture, class that we call the picture, to the image element. So images first slash agents one .png. After this, we create the agents details. We record the information. I give it a class name. This method. Create a paragraph. Then we put the text agents since 2000. Save it. Now we have it. It's right here. See? So it's the same thing for each one of them, except for this one. Different images and this one had different name. So just gonna copy the docker from top 3 all the way for the agent and paste it there. 1, 2, 3. Took out all the 4. Now I will change this image to 2. Leave this one the same. This image to 3. And change the name. And this one to 4. I close this one out. And so that's it for the hero section. So if you need that to pause and rewatch it, you can do so. But that will be the end for the hero session. So I will collapse this section right here. Let me save it. So see, you can see the images right here. Now moving to the next section, which is the search. This section right here. So we go here, create a div for the class called search. Inside of the div, we create a div with our container. Inside here, we create a form. Use the form element with the class called form. We delete the action attribute. Go down. That here we create a flex wrapper. We had create a form group that will wrap around the inputs. And this we have the icon, the placeholder, and this also icon, arrow icon. That means this is a drop down. So when we click it, we will choose an option. This one we have to write it. This also is just an option. Also this an option. So we had the left icon and right icon. So create the first icon. It will be alright 10.1. After this, create the import element for the class of form inputs. Placeholder B. I am looking into. If I see this, we get this, but you can type in it, but we don't want it to be that you can type or write inside of it, so we leave this on. So read only. Now you won't be able to type in it. And after this, we create the arrow icon, which will be After this, we create the actions. So go now, create UI element, UL element, web.class form, drop down. And we give it a custom data attribute called data drop down, which we will use for the JavaScript. And this will be looking. So these are two options, buy or rent. So when we click it, we choose either buy or rent. Save it. We get it right here. That our first one. This now let's create this side. So I'm just gonna copy the form group. Set. Remove this one. This one will create only. And we don't need this one. And placeholder will be enter your desired location. So right here. Get this one. We create a third one, which is the housing type and then price range. So I will paste again the first one, and the icon will be different. It'll be home for that line, and this also read only. And here we choose your housing type. It will remain the same. And I will copy the option and paste it here. So these are the options, and this will be the drop down the housing type. Then we have the and the icon will be different. So it'll be money, dollar, circle. And this will be your price range. Price. And I will copy and paste the option real quickly. So these are the options. Save it. Get it right here. Now the last one, which is the button here. So I'll close this one out. Come down here. Hit the web class call form. Submit. One button. Web class call button. Web type. Will be submit. Search. Save it. You get it right here. Now I won't do anything. So that's it for the search section. this section right here. Close this one out. Now the location. This is the location side. You can see we had these two different type of code. We had this type of code where picture on the left and text on the right, and then we have text on the right and picture on the left, and then down here we have image on the top and text on the bottom. So these are three different type of code. So this one, the horizontal, this the vertical one. So let's get to it. This section for the class called location. In here we create our row, and this is half right here. This is also half. So it's a call 6, create a code image, code class when under class called horizontal, where I can extra class code image left. Inside here we place the image within our code header class. A greater sign called image, really image, the whole bracket, that's called C, and will be images / location dash one that you play. And outside of the code header, we go down, create a code content. Inside of the code content, we create a code dash body. And we can see the location is a lot bigger. It's a push this side down. Then we had a button on the bottom right here. So we create a div with the class called for the location, and then under class called icon text. Use our icon. And a span element with the location. Save it. Get our image right here with our text. And copy this one and paste it. This one we're going to remove the location. And the icon class will change to be phone dash 4. And our text right here should be 1256 houses. I copy this one, paste it for the next one. And this will be community for the class in 736 apartment. So that'll be for the code body. Okay. If you need time to write it, you can pause it. Then we move to the folder. And put the button, right? And give it a class called button black so you can spend 100% of the width. View listing. So that's it for the code. That's the same thing for this one, the location different and the image different for them, but otherwise the text will remain the same. So I'm just copy this one. Should copy the whole columns. Paste it right here. Just be 2. The location. Now this can be different because this had the image on the right, text on the left. So we change the class to rights and location with 3. The last one. Save it. We should get 4. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's for the location. Okay, moving on to the listing section. As you can see, the listing section is a tab. So this is the home. When we click it, this will change to a different the apartments, and this will change to the lines. So like I started in that part, I will close out the location. To the listing right here, this section, class listing. And inside here, with the container. So the container, the H2, with the heading, with the class section heading. Underneath it, create a div that wrap we want everything with a class tab. So here we are in UL element, but the class tab items. Create an li with an anchor element set with a class tab link. href hash homes. And I give this class active. This homes. I duplicate it twice. And this will be apartment. Control D to select both at the same time. And our last one will be link. So that's the navigation. This side. Okay, now on what kind of code? And this code is different from this one. Go down here. Say tab contents. Create tab section. And this one we have class for active. Give an ID of forms to match this href. Now for our code, it's gonna be similar to previous one, just the location, the image, someone copied the code from the location right here, one of them. And down here, I'll create a row. To wrap around each one, yeah, there are 3 columns. So call dash for. Now I'm gonna paste the code right here. And here we're gonna remove this horizontal and change to vertical. And the images are listing 1. And we remove the location icon and bring this one, the last one, the money, up here. And the price will be 3. And after that, we had a home, then we 5 bedroom, 5 bedroom. I'm gonna change this icon to rainy, and this will be 8 bathroom. Save it. So yeah, right here. Up here, we need to put the name right here. Give it the user history and our name. And give this class code. So that's the first one. Now move to the next one. I'll collapse the code. Just copy this again. Paste it. Change the image to 2. First, forgot to create these 2 button on the bottom. Another code folder right here. We create another class for flex, use our flex wrapper. Move this side here. we have these two classes also a button doc class, and this will be none more, and duplicate this, remove this class, and this will add a class request, test request. So I'll copy this again, paste it, integrate 2, this with 3. So that 1, 2, 3. So that's for our form. Now we're gonna do for the apartment. So it's gonna be same images. Done. Close this one out. Copy this whole section. Paste it. But move the image around. I'll put this on deploy. Just so we have different images. Put this on P1. And this one, that's 2. And tap here, apartment. So I match this. Close this one out. Copy. And paste. And this will be aligned. Blender. Image right here, I put 2. 3. Right here. And put 1 again. Should I put 3 and 1 right here? Now move the active from this one. Control D to select both. Delete it, save it. So we get this right here. Now moving to the next session, which is the testimonial. So we go back here, we close out the listing and testimonial. Create section, class testimonials. Create a row. Inside the design, see the image to half of the page and then go all the way to the side. Therefore there's no container, and this side there's a container right here, and this is a slider. We're going to be creating this slide from scratch with JavaScript, with a dot, everything. So let's create that. So here we have a row. Inside a row, the call 6, and then we have another call no gap. Inside here, create the image. So images, testimonial. Now set here, create a second column. Also no gap. Create class of testimonial, contents, container. Then we start creating a testimonial slider. Give an ID or slider for the JavaScript. A URL element, the class called slider wrapper. Li class of slider item, and this will have the active class since the first one. Here we have our double quotes that's set in the background. Then we have a span element for a class called name that we call the name. So that's the first one. That to the well. So now just copy this li, paste it, remove the active. Only then gonna change the name. Third one. And then the last one. So that's it for the testimonial section. So if you need to pause it or rewind it, you can do so. But that's the it for the testimonial section, the slider. So I'm gonna close this one out. Then move to the folder, which is just simple. Just one text. Right here. Oh no, we're not done with the testimonial. We got to add that right here. So going back to the testimonial. Second column right here. Close out the URL. And then if we create a slider that class create button, enter button element, but a class that web type button, multiply this by 4. The first one we have class active. So I'll show you added this one for the that. So now that's it for the testimonial. Now move to the folder. So I'm going to create a paragraph. The design by the span element, various is coding. Thank you. Thanks for watching. So that's it. That's it for the HTML. Let's say in this week we will adding the CSS to the HTML right here and make it responsive. And on next week tutorial we start adding the JavaScript. And if you want to code it along, there's a link in the description where you can download the starter folder and we include the HTML and the starter for the CSS right here. This is what we have other colors right here and a little bit of styling, the root, the media queries, 3 media queries. These are mobile first, so we start styling from the mobile to the desktop. So first, as you can see, the design right here, we have columns. So let me bring the columns on the design. So we had this column 12 grade column. At this section we had 6, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 4 columns. We have like half, 6 columns, also half and half. We have 3 columns and we have also 6 columns. So we will take care of all those columns first and then we start moving down the road. So first thing first, so as you can see, normally the typography, the layout, and the navbar, we go through that. So first, let's start with the typography. We start with the heading. We got to go 1 through 4 heading. So heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, and heading 4. For all of this, we just change the font width to 700. Save it, and from there add the font size for each one of them. As you can see right here, we have the font size for them. So heading 1, leave a space here. Font size to be heading 1. As you can see, it changes right here. We do the same thing for all the way to 4. So I'm just going to duplicate this. 1, 2, 3. And I will select this one, Control D to select multiple, put 2. I do the same for the 3 and the 4. And save it. So nothing changes here, but this one changed a bit. So with that out of the way, we move to the layout. Inside the layout, we have some classes. Take a look inside it. And HTML, for example, we have this flex wrapper class for the container. We have our row and columns right here. So we're gonna work on that. So first, we set up flex wrapper. And we say display scan tell flex, set the width to 100%. Justify content is space between an align item to be centered. Save it. You can see this already start taking shape. Now we move to our container. Set width to be 90%. And give it a max width. It's on larger devices. It doesn't stretch all the way to be 1140 pixels. So 11 for RAM. So save it. And you can see it adds some space, but we want to center it. So margin 0, top and bottom, auto left and right. Like I said, our content center. Add some border so you can see it. Border 1 pixel, solid red. So this is our content. Now let's work on our row. The row set display to be flex and flex wrap to be wrap. So if there's not enough space, then the item will go to the next line. Save it. Nothing really happens. We want to set the margin left to be negative 1.5 RAM and the margin right also negative 1.5. The reason why we're doing that is add some gutter to the columns of 1.5 left and right for the padding, and we're using the negative so the row can pull it toward the container. So let me add the color to this border 1 pixel solid green. As you can see, this is the row right here. Let me add a 1 pixel solid red for the container border. I see the row extend outside of the container. Now let's move to the columns inside of the row. So I say row, say class, asterisk, call. That means you can select any element with this class, within element with this class, COL and a dash. So select any column and move it because I will set its width to be 100%. As a padding left to be 1.5 RAM. Make sure it match this. So if you put 2.5, this should be 2.5 also. So to create this for the right, and add border so you can see 2 pixel solid orange, orange red. Save it. Now you can see our content stay right by the container. If we expand this, it remains the same, as you can see right here. And I want to remove border from the last column because we want to give them each some space between right here. So I would say row, the same thing right here. Last of type, margin bottom to be 0. Now that's the mobile. Now like extended. On mobile devices, everything just be in one column. So let's move to the next. This media query inside our layout right here. We saw the row column.3. Column.3, column 4, and then 6. So for the 3 column, the 4 column, 6 column, and this main width of 553, I want it to be 2 half half. So for example, this 4 column and that main width, I just want to show 2 column. This also 2 column because that's the 3 column, and of 6 column, so half half. So here I set the flex to be 0 shrink growth for the basis of calc, then 100% divided by 12 divided by 6. Save it. As you can see, this for the says also now half half. Now it says max width, also do this right here, dot calc. Save it. I take a look, this is also 3 columns, so it follows this one, but the last one I want to be 100%. So I will select the row called -4. So the last one, last of type. Now we grab this. And this one just want instead of 6, just want 12. So I want, because I want to take 12 columns. As you can see, when we start, you see everything we fade. And I want to remain like this on our screen until the largest screen. So I will go down, skip this media query 91 to this one, and for the layout, we just want to change the row called that 3 and the last one. See, paste this one, get flex. Now this one, the 3 columns. And margin bottom 0. Save it. Nothing happens here. I'll copy and duplicate this one. This before, or we say 3, and before. Now let's take a look. So we have mobile 1, 2, and larger USA side are 3 columns. As you can see, they're taking shape already. Now of course this 6 is 4. As you can see right here. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so that is that. Now let's move to the mobile again. So we scrolling all the way back up right here. So the navigation. Let's turn my header class. That's width be 100%. So give it a background, temporary background for now, so we can see what we're styling. So that to be the text color. So this is our navigation and the logo right there. After this, that is padding be 1.2 when I'm talking about on 0 left and right. Position be fixed. Tab 0.
left 0, z index 25, and transition or 0.35 seconds is and up. Save it. You can see. Right. Next, we're going to target this menu so we can place it right here. So we get header and a header, nav item. It wraps around these items. And position fix also. Tab 0, left 0, width 85%, background color to be the global background color, height 100 people height, and z index so 25, back shadow 0, 0, and 55 gram RGBA B 0, 0, 0, and 0.14. Save it. Here we have it right here. Now I'm gonna select each individual link and style them. So go down here. We have header, nav item. Instead of the header link, each one of these link have a class header link. Set up padding to be 1.2 round all around. Set the display to be black. Set the width to be 100%. Set the color, text color. I set border left to be 0.3 round. Solid transparent for now. And the transition all 0.3 35 seconds and ease and out. Save it. You get this. Now we're going to add a hover effect to it. So you can copy this. And hover. Color to be BTN, BG, and border left. Color to be the same. So you can see. Now once it's active, for the home page, when it has the active class, you want to change that. So I copy this, paste, and give it class active, and this will be button hover video. Save it. You can see the active class right here. The home page has that. Now we finish with styling these spots. Want to move it out of the way for now. So go back to this part right here, at the elements, and down here, the transform. translates x to be negative 100%. Visibility, hidden transition, or 0.35 seconds is and disappear. Now when I had the active class, we want to show it. We use JavaScript to add and remove the active class. So transform translate x 0 and visibility visible. Now do the logo, the button, and this icon. So the logo. So the header, choose the header logo. That's the div that wrap around the logo. Says width be 8 rem and the flex shrink to be 0. Make sure it doesn't go below 8 rem, which is 80 pixels in this case. Save it. See, let's shrink a little bit to be 8 rem. Now let's start the icon and then the button. Header mobile. Inside of the header menu. Nice. Sorry. Mobile menu icon. Width to be 3.5 rem and height also. So just duplicate the width and heights. So 3.5 rem. Save it. As you can see right here. Now through the icon inside of it and style it. So just want to grab this spot right here. To the eye. Set the font size with 2.2 rem and color with the global. So we got it right here. Now let's move to start our buttons and this button. This is a button element and this anchor element. So we go to the button right here and choose button. So the padding be 1.2 rem and top and bottom and 2 rem left and right. Background color itself to be the global. The white space, no wrap. So if there's a more word, it doesn't go to the next line. Save it. Now we get this. So the cursor pointer. Save it. Because on the you can see about one of the button here. You can see use the button element. Now you can see how the cursor so continue as a text align to be center display inline flex justify content center align item center save transition or Okay, after this, add the hover effect. So button hover background color with the button hover bg. Save it. As you can see. Now some of the buttons have class of button block. For example, this one, so you can shred all the way 100%. So we're gonna start that. So button if you take a look inside the HTML, you can see it. And close this one. You can see right here, button and button block. All you have to do is just display flex and width to be 100%. Save it. As you can see right here, taking shape already. Now let's style any button with the button elements. So go down, set the button element, now the button class. Set the background color to be transparent and border with 0. Now you see. Set cursor pointer, even though we won't be this mobile. So that's our navigation right there. Now this navigation won't change. This navigation won't change until somewhere right here. So around the 901 pixel comment width. So I bring this right here and the bottom. So we leave this one alone and right here. So we say nav bar. We select our header. Remove the padding to be 0. As you can see. Now we select our header item. So I'll just go back up here. And this, I'm gonna copy it. Come down here. That's it. And this won't be fixed in the initial. We can remove all of this. And the width will be 100%. And the background will be transparent. And the heights auto. We will remove the Z index. And back shadow will be none since we don't need it. And transform, translate, it's gonna be 0. Visibility, invisible. Remove this, we save it. We get it right here. But you can't see it because of the color set to be the text color, which is this background color. So let's change that real quickly so we can see it. So I say header item to the header link. So color with a global. Save it. Now you can see. Now let's put them next to each other. I can say display, flex, and just 5 contents to be center, align, item, center, same margin, 0 top and bottom, 1.2 movement left and right. Save it. You get this nice too huge. I push everything away. Now coming back to the links, set padding to be 1 pixel RAM. Set a display remain the same. Remove the border. Be 0. Font size to be 1.2 RAM. So a little bit smaller. I change the header logo. With 7.5 point. And I'm gonna hide the mobile menu. Hide the mobile. Okay. Display. No. Save it. And this one is wrapped around the div called header CTA. So I'm gonna grab that and style this one a little bit. So I will click header CTA, choose the button, and say height. Be 6 RAM. Then I'm going to start with the button general, the font size of 1.4 RAM. Let it, everything fits. Okay, maybe not quite yet. Okay, so we go from mobile, larger devices, as you can see right here. We want to increase this button on larger devices. So I'll just copy this one, go down here to navbar. I'll update the padding left and right. Padding left to be 4 RAM and the right also. 4 RAM. So if we increase this, as you can see, now go back to mobile. So that's the navigation. Now next, the hero. Scroll all the way up. Come right here. Hero session. The background image. Now I'm going to start working on the hero section right here. This section. It's linear moving. First color be hero overlay color. Maybe the same for this also. The URL for the image. We're going to the image folder to the hero.jpg. Save it. As you can see right here. Save background, styles, cover, background, position, center, center. And background, repeats, no repeats. Save it. see, set display, let's underline everything in the middle. Say align item, center, padding 15 round, top 0, left and right, and 8 at the bottom. See, it's gonna be a mobile. Now let's work on the heading one right here. So that is roughly around the hero contents. Heading 1. Just with text align, center, and color, global. Now that we got tab agents right here. Let me remove this border. So I'll go down and say hero, tab agent, margin, that tab to be 5 rand. Tab agents. The tab agent is the div that wrap around all of this, and each individual agent have another div called agents. I said different with display, flex, online item, we center, and you put a gap on 1.2 rand. Save it, you get this right here. And since this inside the column, as you can remember, now we have side by side too. Now we start styling each one of these. This left side, this image you wrap it around a div called agent picture, and this wrap around detail, div called details. So we're gonna start with the image. So we're gonna here put agents and agents picture, size width and height to be 8 rand. Overflow to be hidden, and border radius 50%. 50%. Save it. See, the image is shrunk. And then we're going to target the individual image. So agent, picture, to the image elements. That's width and height 100%. Oh, I'm going to add some space between each one of them. So go back up to the call, each one the column, and say margin bottom to be 1.2, 1.5 rand. Now it has some space. So moving on. Now let's draw details. Agent details. You want to change that color with our global. Now we're gonna start our name right here. Let's say agent, do the details, and this name have a classical name. The font width to be 700. Now we're going to the paragraph. This one style. So I'll just copy this. Instead of name, it's gonna be the paragraph tag. Set of font size 1.4. So there it is. Now style here, I can see everything looks so huge, and this is 6. Want to be 100% right here for this one, and want to reduce the font size for both for this, the name, and the paragraph. So I'm just gonna copy from here to here, and this come down here. Yep. So copy this one from agent and agent picture to the paragraph, and come to this media query, which is right here. Find our hero, place it right here, and for this one, change it to 8 to 6, and then these can remove them. Don't need this one. Save it. Now got a little bit smaller. This one is fine, but this fine. And our name, just want to change the font size to 1.6. Font size 1.6, okay. And this one 1.2. I like nicer. Oh, and before we move, I'll make this one 100%. So I go up here, say hero. This is the column that sits inside of the row. So instead of row and the column, we can just grab this right here and paste it. And now we get this. So move from here to here. As you can see, now we have to change it out to be 4 column and move this one to be just 6. Actually, this when we get here, want to make this 100% at viewport height. So go to the next media query right here, and where I say hero, say hero height 100 viewport height. Save it. Then we get this. Now when we start getting too large, like right here, now maybe a good time kind of space, I can see now we got the 4 column. So I will shrink this one a little bit right here. So we go to this side right here. So before we go, I'm going to grab this right here. Copy it. These are the 553 accurate. Grab this. We're going to the 1401 and hero. Accept. And for this 6, we're going back to 6 again. Save it. And save now. I want remove from the and testing line center to testing line left. So I say hero contents h1 text line left, and for the this one you don't need to do anything for this. It's fine. And for the name 2.2 and this one just 1. For paragraph just 1. Save it. You get this. As you can see. And with that, I'll remove the background color right here and only show it when we scroll with JavaScript. So we're going all the way back up again. Find your header, this one right here. I'll remove the copy this background right here. Correct. With space, save it. Now we get this. Now once our header class receive the active class, now we want to add this background color. That's why we add the transition right here. Save it. And nothing will happen for now. So we finished the hero section. Now we move to the search right here. So inside your CSS right here, find your search section right here, and let's begin the styling. So first, so search, we have this flex wrapper. I wrap around all of this. On mobile devices, I do one column. So when you change the flex direction, so come in here and say search, and through this flex wrapper, and say flex direction, we column. Save it. Now you can see. And each this I'll wrap for all of this, I'll wrap around our form group. So we're going to start next. So search, again search, and then form group. A flex one and a width, 100%, and position to be relative. I can't really see anything. Now let's start our inputs. So form group, and a form inputs, set up padding to be 2 RAM, top and bottom, 4 RAM, left and right. Say this one display, be block, then 100% know the expiring width, its width, doing 100%. By default display inline and border, we want the border be 0, background color, transparent, and font size 1.4 RAM. Save it. This over here. I can't really see anything. Now start our placeholder. You start placeholder right here. So choose form, inputs, double colon, placeholder. That's one in the color to be text, put color. Save it. And that much change. And this also is a color, text, color. Now inside that I design, you see this one is a drop down, how to drop down, and this one can write the name, but it's a drop down. So we want to make sure when we have the drop down is clickable and show the cursor icon that's clickable, the hand icon. So it's a form input, and this one you can see can tap where had the attribute read only. So we're gonna grab that by calling read only. It's a cursor. I guess it, or this one tappable. Okay. Now let's start the icon right here. Let's say form group in I position absolute. That's why we said the position relative right here. The color, really button, pg. Set the font size, the 2 RAM, top, be 50%, left, be 1.2 RAM, and then transform, translate y negative 50%. So it's centered in the middle of the input. Save it. Let me just add some border to this so you can see what we meant. Border 1 pixel solid red. So we want it to be right in the middle. Right now it's not in the middle because the form group wrap around this drop down also. So it's from here to here, but it's right there in the middle. Now both for the icon are seen on top of each other because there's one icon before the input and another icon after the input. The drop down arrow is after the input, so we need to start that push down one to the right. So like that. So I'm gonna copy this one, come down here, paste it, and this will be the form group. Grab the form inputs and tilde is squiggly. That's it on one when that's adjacent right next to, as you can see right here, right next to this element. So you grab this I. For this one, I say left to be auto. We want to push it to our right, and then right we want to win. Save it. As you can see right here, right here, and right here. Now want to add a border. You can see the finished product. We had this border at the bottom of them. And this media query, we had the border and just on the right, and nothing here. And larger, so we had them each at the border. So gonna remove right here. I'm gonna say border bottom dash bottom to be 0.1 RAM solid. The text color measures level. Save it. It's right here. I can see. Now we don't want border for this last one, so actually this one, as you can see, the pricing doesn't need the border right here, so we need to remove this pricing border. So to do that, right here, just choose the form group, form inputs. We choose the fourth element of child 1, 2, 3, 4. So n child 4, and then the inputs right here, and then say border will 0. Save it. Now the border is removed. Now we start working on the drop down right here, this drop down. So I'll go down here, say form group, form drop down. If you take a look inside the HTML on this one, we have form drop down. set width to be 100%, position absolutes, and this 100% and $100%. This the index to be 12. Top 120%, left 0, background color no global, and back shadow 0, 0, 0.55 rand. Then auto GBA, we choose this one again, the 0.14. Says transition or 0.35 seconds, ease and out. Save it. Now you can see. Now you see the icon out right there in the middle. So we want to hide them out. If I say opacity is 0, visibility be hidden, and then once I get the active class, I'll show. So I'm gonna copy this one, come down here, say active opacity 1, visibility be visible. Save it. Now all of them are hidden, so we need to add active class to this. So active, so this one shows right here. So we need to style this element. So we had the form drop down and align inside of it, give it padding 1 gram. So add a transition, the background color 0.35 seconds, ease and out. So the cursor pointer, save it. You get this. You can see now it's not clickable. Now add a hover fetch wise, so copy this one, hover, and we say background color. Actually, I will go back up here to the variable and grab this color right here. This I'm gonna change it to HSL. So come down here, back down. Right here, paste right here, and now we set the color to this. So I'm gonna save it now. As you can see right here, very too harsh. I want to be a little bit lighter. So I'm gonna change to HSL right here, and I will change this one to 225, 9, and 92. Save it. And a little bit lighter. Now let's move to this one, the last one right here. So form submit width 100%. Save it. Just console wrap around this button right here. So down here, you can see. Now I want to start this. Now should I give it a class or button button block. CSS 100% width. I'm still gonna add a little bit of padding to it, and the padding be equal to the form inputs padding right here, the top and bottom. Padding 2 rem available, and font size 1.4 rem. So you match this font size for the inputs. Now I'm gonna hide this one by removing the active class from here. Now, once we get here, I'm gonna be side by side 2, as you can see right here. Finished product 2. So that's this media query right here. So first, the search in our flex wrapper, and I set the row flex direction we row, and then the flex wrap we wrap. Save it. Now we are here. Now we need to break it to half. So search, and then search, then no form group, since the form group wrap around the input form group, and then we want that to be half. So I'm just gonna copy this one right here and set up 12 will be 6 count. Now we get this. We want to remove the borders and put them on the right side for this one and this one. This one we remove like that, no border. So I'll go down right here, say form group, and the form input, and border is 0, and border right. No, not border radius, right to be 21 rem solid. Text color. Now I want to remove for this one, so that a second child. So I'm gonna copy this one. Should copy this whole thing, duplicate it, Shift Alt down arrow key to duplicate it, and this one say nth child. Two, and remove this one, and then it's gone. And now once we get somewhere right here, we want to be 4. So that's our next one down here. So search form group, and then we can do the form submit as a form, because we want all of them to be in our same line. Submit, say flex 2. I want the input to be bigger than the button. Says width 100% again, and max width that's 100%. Save it. Nothing changes. Phone group a dash. Now you can see. And then for the summit, but flex 1. So these are twice the size of this. Now I want to add border right here and remove border right here. And there's no border right here anyways. So I said first one change the font size. So font group input and a font summit. Font size 1.2 gram. And you see the second one right here. Save this one. Save font size change a little bit. And I'll go back here for this one. Grab it. When we remove the border from it, come down here. After this 1.2 font size, and it's set to be 0.1 gram solid over text color. Save it. Border rights. Now, so let's expand this. As you can see. So I'm taking shape like the finished project right here. Clickable, 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 search. And it's here. Okay. So that's the search area. Now we go to a location. So scroll all the way back up again. Go to location right here. But first, there's a code. You can see this code. So we create this code. And we take a look right here. We had this code, image on the left, text on the right, text on the left, image on the right. And this one, image on the top, text on the bottom. So first we start with a code. And for our code right here, for example, location, I add a code horizontal, code image left, and then have the code image right. So let's start with code. Set up code element, code class, give it background color to be the code location. So take a look. You can see it taking shape. The background color is showing. And a code header, code header. Set the heights to be 25 gram and max height also. Max height. Position relative. Overflow 80. Save it. You can see. Then go and grab the image instead of code header. Width 100%. Heights so 100%. Position absolute. Top 0. Left 0. Save it. I can see the image. Look that better. Now the code content is this one right here. So let's do that. So go down here. Code contents. Now it's a class, so I'll put the dots. Code contents. Say display flex and flex direction, become and justify contents, reflex and nothing improve here is because once we get to our larger devices, one second, as you can see, the image, the text, especially this button, need to be on the bottom right here. That's why the flex n added here from the mobile, so it can take shape and all the media queries. That's a code body, which is this part here in the code folder. Code body with the body of 1.2, no 1.61. So 1.61. Okay, now the location. Now we start styling the location itself. So the row, location, and the row. And we're going to grab also the columns to remove the padding and margin. So as you can see right here, there's no space between any of them. So again, location, the row, flex, column, say padding, 0, margin, 0. Nice. Remove that space. And take a look right here in the design. This has some space right here. Push this one down. That's, they have a class also called location. So we're gonna say, but inside of the code body. So say code body, code body, location, margin bottom, with 2 rem, save it, now say push and down. And each one of these I'll wrap it around div for the class of icon text. Take right here, see icon text, icon text. So I'm gonna start with that. So first we start for the location one because it's bigger. As you can see, it's bigger than the rest. So now just grab this right here, paste it, choose the icon, text, and I, the font size, 3.5 rem, save it, and these ones wrap around the span element. So grab paste the one I copied earlier, span, and that span element, and this we had a font weight, and the font weight to be bold, font weight to be 700, so it can be bold. Save it. As you can see. Now let's style all of this now. So it's a code body, icon, text, be display, flex, align item, center, and margin, bottom, 0. No, not 0. 0.4 m. As you can see. And I'll set a gap between this gap of 1 gram. See a push a little bit. So with that out of the way, now I'm going to start the icons at this color. So I'm going to copy this one again. So add color, button, and font size 32 gram. Save it. So you can see. There's a margin right here. I want to convert because see we add margin to all of this, but the last one we don't need any border, so any margin. So sorry. So come down here. We say last of type in the margin. Be 0. I see. So that is that. So that's good right here. Now once I get here, you can see now it gets here around here, one page side by side. So somewhere right here. So that's the last media query. So this media query right here, 1401. So go inside the code right here. Say code, and we choose the horizontal. Okay, so code horizontal, and we display flex display flex. Save it. I see the images disappear. So we want to set all the header and the contents. The header hold the image and the content hold the text. To be flex one, so just copy this one, shift cut, and just duplicate it right here. So a horizontal right here, so the code header. And just remove this one, the short code. Copy this one. The set, and this one will be contents. Contents. And when we flex one, save it. Nice. And see the button see at the bottom. Now, if take a look at the design, the image rotates. So image on the left right here, image on the right. So for the image on the right, we're gonna get the code horizontal. Then we choose image right. And then we choose the code header which hold the image. And we set the order to 2. Now you see text on the left, image on the right. Let's right here. Just add the manage style right here. Just right here. And a smaller stack on top of jump right here. As you can see. So that's the code and the location. Next is the listing. Our listing right here, which is the tab. Since it's the tab, when click on change, change. Okay, so we're going back all the way, going back and forth, all the way to the top again, our listing. Right here, so we choose the listing class. We say the margin. Top and bottom 5 RAM, right 0. So we can do it this right here. Then the heading 2, right here. So listing heading to the class. So text line center, save it. You can save right here. Now let's work on the tab, which is right here. So tab item, tab link, tab content, tab section. We don't need to start the vertical because it's done it already. We just need to change the button. It's gonna be right here. We should get to it soon. Okay, so let's start working on this part. So we get our listing and tab items, set display, reflects, justify content, center, align item, center, margin, two random, top and bottom 0, left and right, then some space right here. Now we're going to target each individual link right here to put some space in between. So we got a tab item, tab link, body in one ram, save, color, text, color, a transition, not transform, transition, color 0.35 second, ease and out. And then we'll add a hover effect to it. So tab link over color. Now we're going to do the active one. Let's duplicate this one. And I have the active class, which the first one has. It's gonna be the hover. Yeah. Yeah. As you can see right here. Now let's add some space for this title right here. So listing h3, for the h3 is wrap around h3, margin, bottom, two ram. Okay. Now let's work on a tab. Right now it's right here, but we want to hide it. See, all of them are shown. I want to hide it. Let's say tab session. A tab session wrap around the entire section. For example, the home, this one wrap around these first three, this one, and the apartment, the next three. Tab session, display, none. Now, once you have the active class, you're going to display a block. So, right here. It remain like this. Save 22. Now you see this button overflows. So we're gonna fix that. It's fine right here. But before we fix it, let's do this button right here to change the color. As you can see right here. So go back up to your button. So we scroll back button right here. After button black, just go down. Say button. It had a button top class update with. So all that is change the background color to no text. Save it. I see. Now see overflows. So we're gonna fix that. And these are wrapped around our flex wrapper. If you take a look inside the HTML, close. No, you can leave this one open. See, flex wrapper. So we want to wrap them. So if there's no space, we can go tap on one another and then next line. So as you can see right here, there's no space. Right here it's fine, but right here, no space. So go down to your first media query, this one, and I find the listing, and then we're gonna grab listing class and a code and the flex wrapper inside. Then we say flex wrap, wrap. Save it. Nice. See, you can see right here. But once we get here, there's no space. I can see right here, there's no space. So we need to over to our next media query to change that, to make it side by side. So 903, find the listing right here. And all you have to do here is again say that listing called flex wrap. And then in this case, it's the flex wrap, no wrap. And that's it. Nice, like that. Now go one count, two counts. As you can see, and larger devices look just fine. Now that's the listing. Next, the testimonial. So I'll scroll back up all the way to the tab right here. It's the testimonial, and we get started. You find your testimonial section. Inside our testimonial, testimonials. Set the background color to be the text color. See right here. Go testimonial wrap around that section. So right here is that section testimonial. Yep. We have testimonial contents, that slider. And this is the testimonial image right here. So we're gonna grab that. Testimonials image. Set width be 100%. Height be 100% also. And then I'm going to grab testimonial row. So I'm going to duplicate this one. Say margin 0. Align item center. Now remove the padding from this row right here. So grab this one again. Then call now class asterisk goes padding 0. Margin. So it touches the side of the page. You can see. Now we're gonna change the color of all of this. You see. Now we move to a testimonial content, which wrap around this section right here. Testimonials contents. If you margin, file around, top around 0 left and right, and color to be the global. As you can see. Now this is the slider. As you can see, we made a slider. We're going to code from scratch. So let's start styling it. Take a look right here. Say that's one slider. And give it has an ID. All of this, the wrapper, the items, and then testimonial content. We hold the actual testimonial. Add this icon right here. So let's do it. So after this, select my slider. It says width 100%, overflow to be hidden. After the slider, as a slider wrapper, say display, flex, say heights 100%, save it. And we get this file right here. Now the items, slider wrapper item, slider items, flex shrink 0, width 100%, height be 100% also, overflow, heading, and position relative. Now we want to grab the actual testimonial. Put that one testimonial. Instead of testimonials, the single contents. And then we're going to say text align to be center. Save it. I can see. After this, we're going to grab this icon right here. We're going to copy this one. Paste it. I. So font size 25 RAM. Color. Testimonial. Quotes. Color. Position. Absolutes. Tab 50%. Left also 50%. Transform. Translates. Negative 50%. Negative 50%. Save it. You can see it right here. After this, another paragraph, I get italic and the font size. So I just want to grab this one. Font size be 1.6 million. Font style italic. Save it. See right here. You grab it. Now I'm going to grab the name. paste this one again, and span is wrap around the span element, the margin tab in 1.2 rem, and the color will be the button PG color. Now we have these dots, and we're gonna do them right. So we'll wrap around the slider dots right here. So see slider dot and dot. Slider dots. Say display flex justify contents center align item center margin that 1 gram. Save it. Nothing shows yet. I'm going to slide each individual dot. So slider dots and dots. Width and heights 1.6 gram. Cursor pointer order release. You keep sense background color the global margin right 0.5 gram. Transition or 0.35 second is and out. Save it. I have our that right here. That is clickable. And once it's active, so that's that active. Change the background color. The button hover and the width and the heights will be 2 gram. Save it. Okay. So while we're here, let's just start our folder quickly. That minutes line of code. So grab a folder. So text align. Center and padding 2.5 gram and 1.5 gram. I can write, save it. And this Marius is coding the channel names. It's wrap around span to give it this color. So I do that. So folder span color button. You save it. As you can see right here. So that's the testimonial section. Now let's switch it to, now you can see right here it's still like a 1 column for our CSS for the column. It switch back to the half and half. So let me make it 1 column. So that's the next, this first media query. So go back to the testimonial right here and see testimonials, and then the row. I'm gonna set a flex direction 3 columns. Save it. Okay. And then again, get a row again. columns and make them 100%. I'm just gonna grab this one right here, this 6, and change the 6 to 12. So it get 12 count. So 100% of everything. Save it. Now you can see. I went back. Now I'm gonna change this little bit, dot. So go down here. Say slider, slider dots. Grab the dots. And our font, no, not font size. Width and height. Be 1.2. 1.2 RAM. And then when it's active, I'm gonna copy this one. And I take 1.6. So we're gonna remain like this on this devices until right here. Now again, it's getting lived side by side. So with the last media query we did 1440. So I'm just gonna copy this one real quickly right here. Just these two. And then right here find a testimonial. This right here, and then this from column to row, and this one back to 6. So that's it right here. And then we'll remove the margin from the bottom and from this side. Okay. So for that, I'm gonna grab the testimonial. Content. Testimonial is the content. Set the margin to be 0. And that's it. And the folder fine. So this is the finished project. The CSS header right here, our button, a menu, tab, agent, right here, our tab, right in a folder. Next tutorial, we're going to be adding a JavaScript to make this interactive. If I put on mobile, I want to be sure when we click this one sliding, and when we scroll down, it change the background color. I'm going to make this drop down also appear, so you can choose and add a tab. So when you click this one, the next one will show. Click this one, it will show. Tab will show. And with that, also add the slider. Okay. So I will open on my Java, the script.js. So we get started on the header. So I'm gonna create a function. I'll call it navigation. And let me put a little comment right here. Header. And down here, I will call the function. So navigation. Save it. Nothing happens here. So now I will create some variable. The first variable will be the header itself. So the counts called header will be documents, query selector, header class, and then now select the show mobile menu this side right here, and select it. So seconds mobile menu, and that will be the header, because inside of this header right here, so instead of writing document again, I can write header query selector, and it has a class header nav item. And after this one, just want to duplicate this one, and this will be the menu icon. And that will be mobile menu dash icon. And then I'm gonna add the event listener to the click to this menu icon. So say menu icon that add event listener. So I'm gonna listen to the click. I'm gonna run the function. I use the arrow function. So all we want to do is in mobile menu, you're gonna toggle the class active. So class list that toggle, and then we're gonna add the class active. So if the menu had a class active, it will remove it. If it doesn't have a class active, it will add it. So if I save this one, and we click, as you can see, it shows it remove it. If I make it larger, no, now right here, we inspect, put this at the bottom right here. See, so mobile right here. If I click, I added the active class right here. If I click again, it's going to remove it. I put this one out, make this one smaller again. And now I add a scrolling effect, so it add a background color to the header when we scroll. So it's still here. I will go down. Here's a window. Add event listener. Scroll. Down run function, arrow function. Here we're going to get the amount that we scroll. So create constant scroll amount, and that will be window that scroll y. So if I save this and we cancel that lag, the scroll amount, you will see the value will change as you scroll. So I will just right click and choose inspect, and down here, as you can see, when we reach the top, it reaches 0. So I will create a constant here called threshold. Now put it to 100. So that's the minimum we had to achieve scroll in order to add the background color. So I will say I will the ternary operator for the if statement, and else. So say if scroll amount is greater or equals to the threshold, then we say header class list add active, else header a class list that remove active. Save it. make sure add semicolon at the end right here. Save it. So see, this is if this is true, we do this one, else this one. So we are at least 100 pixels. We scroll at least 100 pixels. Then we're gonna add the active class, or else. That means if you are less than 100, then we're gonna remove it. So if we scroll, now you see add the color to it. Let me take a look at the HTML right here. So header, see have active, we are scroll back up, is removed because it's less than 100. So that's it for the navigation. When we click, it shows, scroll, it add, remove, we click, it goes away. Now we're gonna work on this tab right here, on this drop down. So I'm gonna show. So go down here. Now start working on the search. So search, create function also for search. And down here I'm gonna collect. And the first thing I'm gonna grab the form, search form. I made this one a little bit bigger. Counts form. Documents, the query selector. Cool. Now I'm gonna grab all the drop down itself. All of this, all the drop down itself. So I'm gonna say counts all drop down, no space. And that would be form, that query selector. All this all, go and grab them all. Form, class form drop down. And it need to be in string quotation. Okay. Now for this one, since we have like 1, 2, 3, only 3, instead of looping through each one of them and adding event, click event listener to them, add the click event to the form element and then drill down to the target where we click now. Make sure we clicking on this to show the form. So if I inspect this, we are right here. Someone add the click event to the form. Once I click, I'm gonna go down and see what we click on. So say form the add event listener, click and pass an event to the function that I want to run. Now we get a target, so as it comes targets, which we call that target. So like cancel lag that targets. This target will show what we clicked on. So if I click here, let me inspect. So say import. It's an import also. See. So that's what we want to get. So print this one down. And now we grab some other variables, so say counts the form group. We should wrap around each one of these element form group. Go targets the closest. We want to travel up to find the closest form group. So right now when we click it, it's selecting the input field. I want to grab the form group right here and then select the drop down inside of it, because the form group wrap around the input, the icon, and a drop down. So I want to find the form group and then the drop down. So when I click on this one, I want to travel up, find the form group using the closest right here. Group. So let's cancel out this also. If I save this, if I click this one, it gave me the form group. As you can see, I'm looking, click this one, it gave me the form group also. Say enter your desired location, I can see right here. So with that, I'm going to create another constant and grab the input, because we want to add a drop down to the input, this one. And if you can remember, I have this attribute read only, so we want to grab those only. We don't want to do it for this one. So say constant form just input equals the form group. So that means the one we click on, that one we select. Then we're gonna find the input that had this attribute right here. So I say form group, that query selector. I'm gonna select it like a CSS. So all we have to do is say input colon read on dash on, and that we select only the one that had these attributes. Now we're gonna select the drop down, drop down. Again, this will be form group, query selector. I had a class form drop down. Save it. Now, and say if the input when we click on does not have this read only, we don't want to show the drop down. So I would say if it's not the input we're looking for, so exclamation inputs says the negation. So it's not the inputs that has this, that is this one. All we have to do is return. So with this, let's just cancel the inputs. Save it. So if I click on this one, nothing shows. If I click on this one, it shows because it had this read only. So once we do that, all we have to do is the drop down and add a class active to it. So drop down, and now class list, add active. So like click on this one. Now we have that nothing happens here. Now it's showing, but the problem is, see, this is showing and this is showing. I want to remove it if we click another one. So before the return right here, all I had to do is we're gonna all remember we select this all of them. So say all drop down for each, the drop. This drop refer to each individual drop down right here. But more this one, it represent this one and this one when they look through. So each one of them I just want to grab and remove the class active class list. That remove active. Save it. So say I click this one, it shows I click this one, it remove it. See, it's hidden. I click this one, remove it. I click here, it awesome. Now that's selecting. I want to select, so I right click this. So we inspect this one, see where inside li. Again, we see on the form, we're clicking on the form. Now we want to draw down to this li and then select this, the value, and put it right here. So all we have to do is say if the target, again, the target refer to what we clicked on. If the targets tag name, what is the tag name, is now li, and we should put a capital because these are wrap around li. Return, we just want returning, we don't want to select anything just in case. Oh, and then we're going to grab the value, constant value, and that will refer to targets, the text contents. In this case, the target will always be this li, and this tag name, the n in the uppercase. This case always gonna be the li. This case, the target become the li. Because it's not the li, we won't do this at all. So that's the value. Now all we have to do the inputs. Then this input right here, the value will be this value right here, the value variable. So we gotta save this and let's try it. So I'm looking to buy, and I show rent price shows, as you can see. Housing type, say multi-family, as you can see all of this. So that's our search. Now we're gonna move. If you need some time to pause and write this, you can do so, but that'll be it for the search. Now we move to this listing right here for the tab. It's not working now, so now refresh, remove this from here. Now let's start working on this one. So I'll go down right here, put tab, a comment right here, tab, check constants for the function. And then now here I'm gonna call it tab, and gonna be a little bit similar to the search. So first thing, I'm gonna get the tab element itself. So right click this one, inspect. So right here we had a tab that wrap around everything. So I'm gonna grab this tab element. So say constant tab el for element. We are the constant got tab length element, and that does refer to this, each one of this tab length. So tab length, links etal element, that be the tab element, query selector, tab link. Now the tab section right here, each one of these section. So I say const tab section elements, that will be tab element also. So I'm just gonna copy this one. It's here, and this will be tab section instead of link section. Again, this one I'll put the click event on the tab itself and not individual link. I'm going to draw down to the link that we did for the search. So say tab and add event listener, click, that's the events. the function. And first thing we do, we're going to prevent the default. So when we click on the link, it won't refresh the page. So I save this. Now if I click the link, I won't do anything. I won't jump. Now I'm going to get a target to see what we clicked on. Target, go that target. Now we're going to make sure our target at this class tab name, because that's the only thing we want to click to change this. We don't want to click here to change anything, just this one. So I will say constant tab links, and this will return true or false. So I say target that class place that contains tab link. This will return true or false. It will check if the target what we clicked on whether contain a class tab link or not. So let's console log tab links. It will return the true or false. So let's click this one, say true, true. If I click here, nothing happened. If I click here, it's a false, false, because this tab is true again. So this return true or false. Whether we're gonna see if it's false, use the tab link. So exclamation tab links return. So what we clicked on does not have a tab link class, we're gonna return. And what we want to do when we click on them, I want to remove the class from each, all of them, only add a active class to the one that got clicked on. So all we have to do is a tab link element. Sorry, and for this one, inside created is we all. So all right here. Yeah, link. And for each, say tab. Now class list. Tab remove active. Now duplicate the shape alt down arrow key, and I'll do the for the section also. Section wrap around this one. Just section. And this will be section. So this will happen when we click, everything will disappear, you can see. Because we removed the active class for the section, and there's nothing right here. So now we need to re-add it back to the one that we clicked on. So if we take a look here, you can see the tablet have this href right here, and each section an ID corresponding to the href. So hash home, and this had ID home. So we're gonna use that to select the section to add a class to it. So we can create another constant variable called tab link destination, and this will be the targets that gets attribute href, and for us the attribute href. So this one will return hash home, hash apartment, hash line, and then we're going to select the section. So I'll say constant tab section, and this the tab element query selector, and this is ID. So since this we return hash and the name, so all we just have to create a tab link destination, and with that all I have to do down here, we add a class back to this active to the one that we clicked on and a section also. That's a target class list, the add active. You want to duplicate this, shift alt down arrow, and this one be tab section. Save it. Now let's see, we are home apartment. I can see it add to remove from this one, add to it lane. So see right here, changing the image changes. This one remain the same. I can see it changing. So that's for the tab code right here. If you need to pause to rewash it or rewind it, you can do so. I'm gonna close this one out and then we're gonna go draw carousel, which is a little bit more involved, a little bit more code to it. So let's start on the carousel. So go down here, carousel. And we're gonna code a carousel that if you want to add arrows to where you can add it also, or if you want to create bar carousel, you can do so. Also in the upcoming tutorial, we're gonna be creating a carousel, a full page carousel, which we add more feature to it, but this is gonna be a simple one. So create a variable function called carousel, and this one we take an argument called selector. Go down here, and then I'm gonna call it right here, the carousel. And for our selector, we're gonna put a hash slider. If we take a look right here, inspect, so I have the class slider right here. So we're selecting it. So with that, I'm gonna create content, select the slider, which will be documents, that query selector, and a be selector that we pass inside of the argument for the function. And from this, we're gonna grab the wrapper. It's this kind of the track to it. So I'm gonna say once slider wrap code slider query selector. Okay, now the way this carousel will work is, as you can see right here, it's a slide the last one and it goes back to the first one. So if I make this large, and we inspect this, put this one on the side, and we inspect this, you can see, and there are total like 4 original inside the HTML. There are total of 4 right here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we duplicate the first one and put it at the last. So when and then we duplicate the last one, this one, and put in the first. So once we get to the last one, which should be this one, it shows the same slide as the first one. And we just cycle right back to the first one without the user knowing. So if I remove the overflow from here, it has overflow hidden. No, not this one, but overflow hidden. You can see the last one, the first one right here. I'm going to it jump all the way to the first. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna duplicate the first one and put it on the last, the original last one. We're gonna put it at the front as the first. So that's what we're gonna do. So let's get started. Okay, so over here, let me make this one a little bit bigger. This is the first one. So how do we do it? So we're gonna grab the break constant, go first slider clone. It will be the slider wrap the children is slider that children. We grab every element inside of the wrapper right here. All of this and grab only the first one. So 0 and then say clone node and then passing through. So now we clone the element, then we clone everything inside of it as well. And we pass in the true. So if I cancel log first slider clone, you see, I can see, and now you clone the element for everything inside of it as well. Now we're gonna clone the last one. So I'm just duplicate this one. So it'll be last, and gonna be for this one, just gonna be the same thing as this one. So I'm gonna grab last one, children, the length that will tell us how many we have total minus 1, and that we grab the last one, this one right here. After that, I'm gonna create another variable. This will be let's, because we want to change it. It'll be active slide, and then I'll create another variable index. We will keep track of where we are, and this one set to be 1, and I will explain to you why I set it to be 1, even though the first one will be 0. So we remove this one. Now we need to put the clone one, the first one on the bottom right here, and the last one on the top right here. So if you remember, this is the first one that had our name Samantha, and the last one had the name Julie. So keep that in mind. So I say first clone, we add a class to a class list, add first clone. Now we do the same for the last one. So instead of first, it'll be last. Control D to select multiple. So last clone. Now I'm gonna add them to the slide. So it says slider wrapper, slider wrap, the append child, and this we add before the ending of this element. So after the last one, append child, and the first clone. So if I save this one, you should see the first one added at the last right here, where the class first clone and see how the class active as this one. Now I'm going to do it for the last one, so I'm going to duplicate this one. So instead of append, you're going to prepend. So prepend, and this will be last clone. And if I save this one, Now you see it's Julie and no longer Samantha because this one became the first one inside in the HTML now. This one becomes the second one. Now we need to grab how many total slide we have, including this clone. So I'm going to create a variable called carousel. Counts carousel slide, and this will be our array from slider wrap that children. This will turn them to an array. So if I including the two we clone sources, cancel that lag, carousel slide. Let's save this. Now I say having an array of total 6. Before we had a 4, now we have 6. Now create another constant called total slide total. Now we put a number of the 6 total slider will be carousel slide. That length will be 6 in this case. Now we want to, obviously this is not the first one. The first one is Samantha, so we want to move this out of the way and Samantha to be the first one. So down here we want to create a function that we will call inside our carousel function. This is the big function right here. So I'm going to create another function called activate slider. So we're going to be using this function every time we need to show the active slide. That's when we're cycling through. And this one take a parameter called options. So what is the option? Here we need to grab certain a variable that need to be used here. So the option will be using it down here to correspond to the variable, right? So when we call it, we just have to pass in these objects. It's gonna be an object that will include all the variable that we need. So for example, we need slides. Want to remove the active class from all of them. So say option slide. Let me just cancel lag something real quick, so you know what I'm talking about. Now this won't do anything till we call it right here. So the activate, and then we're gonna pass it options. Now we don't have such variable right here, so I'm gonna create a variable. It's gonna be a let options, because it's gonna be an object. So first thing we're gonna create a name called index, and this index correspond to this one right here. Now we're gonna create another called active slide, which correspond to the active slide variable right here, even though it's empty for now. Now say slides, which this one is referring to right here, option slide. So option slide. Now we had a slide right here. We refer to the carousel slide right here. So carousel slide. Now we create on the total slide. Which will be total slide. And then with our track, the track refer to this wrapper that wrap around everything. We're gonna be to drag it, which refer to a slider. wrap, and then we're gonna grab our slider itself, slider dot slider. That's the div that wrap around everything. So these are the value for now. So when we pass so the option, we can save it. As you can see, our option slide refer back to this one. You see right here. Now you can name this one anything you want. It does have to be options. It can be anything. Just make sure if whatever name you put right here is the same as this one. So now I'm going to remove the active class from all of this right here because this one has active and this one also have active. So for each slide a class list that remove active. Save it. Now you can see the active class are gone, but this one is still here. So we need to grab the, now we need to update the active slide. We want to see which one is active, which should be this one. So you can say action the active slide equals option that slider now remember this that slide it corresponds to this array right here of all the slide, and this one should be 0, this one being 1 2 3 4 5, and that's why we set the index to be 1, so you can refer back to this one right here, another 0. So all we have to do right here, passing option that index. Save this. Now nothing happens. So I'll say if we do not have active, let's say we went to cycling and the index is more than what we have right here, we don't want to do anything. Let's say if option the active class does not exist, if this we don't have this, we are going to stop the code. If it otherwise, we're just going to add class to it. So active options active slide the class list the add active. Say this one. See, AC remain this one, but this one now have the active class, and this one does not anymore. So right now we need to slide it right here, and all that just simple. We just want add a transform translate and slide it to the left. So I say the track option that track, and our track refer to the slider wrapper right here, which is this one right here. That style, that transform, and will be translate 3D. I put 3D. And using the template letter $, and here it will be negative 100 times the index. So this is -1. So options the index, and then put percent and 0 0. Save this. Now we're back to Samantha right here, and this one I can see when I highlight it, it's same right here, and this one is not the active as we want it. So that's it for this one. Now let's make sure also create a function that we're gonna call for this that also. So let's do that. So if you need time to pause it to rewind, and you can do so for this one, but that'll be it for the slide. So minimize this one, go down here, create another function called active slide that activates. And this also, we take the options, and all we have to do for this one, save and color right here also as duplicate this one. So slide that. And now we're working with the dots right here. So slide the dots. So I'm gonna create the dot wrapper, which wrap around all of this. So it'll be option slider. This option slider refer to the actual ID slider, right? That wrap around everything. A query selector. So it's gonna be slider. We go desktop class right here. After this one, I'm gonna grab all the dots right here. So I say const dots will be all bracket the spread operator to turn this into an array. So that's wrapper dot children. And same thing we did right here to remove the active class right here. Gonna copy this one. Gonna do the same thing for the dots. Remove them. This guy just want to change this one out of this to just dots, and this one will be dots. Save it. Now I see we have lost the active class. Now go down and we're gonna grab the active one, the one that we need to be active, which is the first one. So I say const active dots will be okay. Now for this one, we see gonna use the index. First one, index is 1, but this one start with 0. So it's with 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay. So one way we can select the dots at the nth using the nth child to be 1. But there's no nth child of 0. So nth child 1 will correspond to this one right here. So you can do this one, and dots wrapper that query selector, and we want to set the class dots. So that's nth child, and here to the curly brackets, the dollar sign, and you're gonna pass in the option, the index options, the index. So I say active dots, the class list, add active. Now let's see. Save this one. Now it added the active class to this, as you can see right here. But what happened, it does not, we don't find it, then it will give us error. So to prevent that, say if active that does not exist, we're gonna return the function. We're only gonna add it if it finds it. Okay, we will call this function right here the activates, and then pass it the action. The reason why we want to call it, because when we saw scrolling through it and go to the second one, we want not only this one to update, but also the slide also to update. So other classes to be removed also. So we're gonna call it here as well. Actually, we don't need to add this one. So and yeah, we don't need that one. Let's save it. It should be fine right now. Now I want to add the click event to it, so when we click it, it can move. So I'll come down here, create another function, constant, click that, and this also will take the option. I'm gonna call it right here. Click that, put some space in between them. And for this one, I just want to readjust in these two also. Copy this. And I want to add the event listener as they for this tab. I want to do it for this one to the wrapper, add event listener to a wrapper, so can drill down to the target we'll click on. So all I have to do is say that's wrapper, add event listener, and click. So the first thing we do is prevent the default. And then we go and grab the targets. Don't know what we click on. E, the target. After the targets, I'm gonna check if we click on this that they all had a class that, so I see if you do not, if targets the class list their content, just no cancel the live, yes. So let's see. Let me click between them, nothing happened. I'm not sure why it's not working. Oh, of course it won't work. It's click, not click. So let's try again. So let me click between this, nothing happened, but so I click this one, I say yes, yes, yes. So what that's being said, we can see if it does not contain it, then we don't want to run the function. So we turn. So we go down here. Now I want to remove the active class from all the dots, except for the one we clicked on. So we say that's for each. Remove active. So I save this one. This will happen. If I click this, now you remove from all of them. If I click this one, you also remove it. Okay. But we want to leave it on this one. So we want to get the index or the one that we clicked on, so it remain active. Okay. So I'm going to create a constant called clicked view index, the one we clicked on. So the index will be that we refer to the array index of, then I'm gonna say targets. So that's the one that had that class. If it doesn't have that class, this won't work at all. So we want to grab the index of the one we clicked on. So let me cancel that log. Clicked index. Save it. So this one is 0, 1, 2, and 3. So that's how we clicked index. Now we want to update our index from the action right here. So we say action dot index equals click index plus 1. Now the reason is plus 1, even though this is 0 right here, when we click 0, we need the index for this actual sliding also to be plus 1, because if it's 0 and we kept it to be 0 like this slide right here, it will show the last clone instead of this active one. Okay, because we want to slide and when we click it, so let me just leave it like this and you can see. So I will say the constant active that v equals to that, and we'll grab the index of where we clicked. So options the index. In this case, if you click 0, it's gonna be that's that 0. So I'm gonna grab this first one. If index 1, I'm gonna grab this one. So let's see if active index does not exist. If that index does not exist, now return. Else we just want to add a class for, so active that class list that add active. So save it. So you see nothing happened. But if I create the second one, and it goes to the second one, third one, fourth one, first one. Now I'm going to do the sliding post. And remember, our activate active slide at our transform right here. Okay. And also take care of removing, adding the right class to this one correctly. So we're gonna call it. Okay, we're gonna call it right after this one. I'm gonna say activate static and passing the actions. Now remember this one also looking at the index option on index, and right here we set it with the clicked. So if the one is 0, so we're gonna go to 0. So if I save this one, remember this is the real first one. Samantha is the real one, the first element, and then Julie is the last one, the clone one. Right here, Julie. So keep that in mind. If I save this one now, see if I click the 0, say Julie right here. If I click 1, next is Samantha. Where shouldn't be? Also, there's a place right here. See a judge jump, judge slide. So go back to your CSS and go to the slider down here. If you following testimonial slider right here, the wrapper, put the transition, transform, translate, 52000, and not transition, transform 0.35 seconds is and out. Save this. Now if I click, see, go to Julie, but it should be Samantha, because our index right here, it refer to the 0. Okay, because the click index, we always get the index of the data clicked on. So That's why we can add +1 here and write down here. Now if I save this one, if I click this one, see it goes to the correct one. See, with the +1. So this one right here, -1. So you get to the correct one because that didn't put the correct one. So you got press 2, Kevin, Riley, and Julie, the last one. Not Samantha, always the first one, even though this is 0 right here, okay? Because this right here, if we create this one is 0 and we'd add 1, so it's gonna be index will be 1, and down here index will be 1 also, but we need to be 0. That's why we remove the 1 from here, and it will work. See, now that's for the click that. Now we're gonna work on another bigger function, which is actually the sliding part, auto slider. So before we add auto slider, we're gonna go down here, create function called move carousel. We take also the options. Okay, and for this one, I just want for temporarily up here, I'm gonna say create a variable called let up here. No, not let, interval. Okay, so I will say interval equal set interval, and I say 4,000, so every 4 seconds. So what we want to do is just call the move carousel. That's the option. Now for our option, we're going to add a direction to this one. So direction. I will set it to right. So when I say direction right, that means when I want it to go from the right here to slide to the left. Okay. So usually if we had an arrow, it's gonna be the right arrow. We clicked, so we're gonna be moving it. So that's why I said to right. Also, I will set a duration to be 4,000. So 4,000 milliseconds. So down here, I'll just put options duration. So I save this. Nothing happens. We close or click that. Here I can say CL console log yes. So every 4 seconds, you're gonna say yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see 2, another yes. Okay. So now we want to grab our active slide again. Grab our active slide. Here. So options, active slide equals option slider, that query selector slider item that active, that had a class active. So this one. So every time we cycle through, we always want to grab the active one at that moment, and then the index also of the active one. So make sure we increase the index at every interval. So I say actions, the index equals options, the slides. Again, remember the slide refer to the other slide right here, and then rate the index of Then we're gonna grab the active slide options, active slide. Let's save this. Nothing happens. But let me cancel the log, the options, index. Now this is gonna remain the same because we're not moving, so it's gonna remain the same. As you can see, it just remaining the same. Now we're gonna say if our direction is right, we want we want to go to right to left, then we want to increase the index, else we want to decrease the index. So I say if on the ternary operator options index, no, option direction equals right options index plus plus, else options index minus minus. Save this, nothing happens. But if we call the activates present the option and save it, you should see. Nah, I don't know why it's moved. Now let me cancel out the index. Options. So 0. Okay, I see the problem. The problem is right here. This will be that right here. So I say this one, it should be work now. Okay, now. Okay. See, now it's sliding. Now it's sliding. Now if I did the active that also, it should be working also. So options. Now you can see. See now, and now the last one. Then go to the clone one. That's going to right here. Then it's that. Now we want to go back to the first one right here. So this is what we do. We will add a event listener to the slider to check if we reach the first clone. If we do, we go back to the first one. So how do we do it? Just add the options, track, add event listener, and will be transition, and because we add a transition to this for the smooth sliding. And here we want to check if the direction, our direction options and direction goes right, and the slide we currently on at that time has the first clone, so it will be options, slides, and then we pass in the index at that moment after the transition end. So that after, yeah, exactly, when it's after this slide, for example this one, grab the index of the slide at that moment if it had a class, so it will be options by passing the index, that index. Then I check the class list that contains first clone. content of first clone. Then we want to set the index to 1. So options, the index equals 1. And we'll bring these two inside the function right here. So if I save this, now we got the first one right here. Take a look right here. Now this will not move because this will only happen after the transition. And so down here we need to slide it again by all I have to do, go back here, just this one, paste it outside here, save it. I'm gonna slide it. You can see now it's moving. Once I reach the last one, you can see now this is the original last one. Now I go back, it went back to the first one, but you see a slide. See, you can see a slide all the way again. We don't want to do that. You can see once I read the last one right here, it went back to the first one, but there's no transition. So what we had to do, remove the transition every time a slide. So down here, I will paste this one again, the track, but then instead of transform, it's gonna be transition duration, and gonna be 0 second. And down here, we're gonna reset it by removing the transition duration, so the transition will be active again. It's gonna be null. So we save this to the slide. Second one, I can see right here. Third one, and the fourth one. Now you can see it goes by the first one. Now I went here without us seeing, because every time it slide, you see the transition duration goes 0, and then we move it and about to slide again. Okay, now if I click this one now, see the sliding stop because the transition duration is still there. So we want to remove it from the click that. So down here, what you have to do is send null, save it. Now if I click it, it's a slide. Now I went back to the first one, as you can see right here. Now we did that for the right, we have to do it for the left. So let me change this setting up here to left. So we want to move to the left. Save it. Now we right here. Now we try to go to the backward. Now it went here and it's stop. See, it's out of the way, but there's nothing else here. So we want to fix that. So if direction, we want to copy this one, paste it right here. So if direction go left, and the slide at that time according to the index right here is out of class last clone, like this one. Then we want to come down to here, not here, but this one. This is your original last one. So it's gonna be option index be the options, that total slide. Now the total slide content total how many slide I have right here. So in this case 6, but we want to end right here, which is 4. So minus 2, because this we had to remove these 2 clone out of it. So if you save this one now, it should be working now. So slide it. Now you can see. Went to the last one. Now this one and this one, and now it went back to last one again. Now we want to, for example, when you put your mouse over it, you want to stop scrolling, stop like autoplay, and when you remove your mouse, want to autoplay again. So down here, I'm gonna create two functions again. So I'm gonna close this one out, and this will be start autoplay. Again, take option. And now we're going to grab our interval right here. This interval that we create right here so we can clear. So I'm going to add that right here. Interval equals interval. So I say options interval equals set interval and this be option. It says options dot slider duration. And up here, I'll make sure I put slider duration. So what do we want to do? I'll just like call the mouse move carousel and I pass in the option again. Then we want to create the opposite of stop autoplay. And this one just simple, just clear interval, and then we're going to pass in the interval variable. Just like that. And up in here, instead of doing this one, all we have to do is add event listener, mouse move, and mouse leaves. So I say option options the slider and the slider wrap around everything. Add event listener, mouse move. You can also use mouse enter. Actually, yeah, mouse enter. I'm gonna call our function stop autoplay. Passing the options and duplicate this one. Say mouse leave start autoplay. Save it. Now you see nothing will happen because this the start autoplay will only work on the mouse leave. So if I put my mouse over it and remove it, now I should wait for 4 seconds and start cycling. See, now it's still going to the left. Let me change to right. So then put now nothing happened, then put a mouse over it and remove it. Now it's moving. Put a mouse over it, it will stop. Now nothing will happen. It will not move. Go at the mouse enter. So we want to call the start autoplay outside of the add event listener. By the option, otherwise it will not work. I'll start autoplay. by default. Now we work. Now you can see it's working without the interaction. Now if I put my mouse over it, it should start. As you can see right here, it's not moving. If I remove my mouse, it will start moving again. Now you can see. Click. So that's it. That's it for the tutorial. So the recap is we create the further navigation. It shows when we click, it goes away. When we scroll, it changes the background color for the header. We make this drop down so it can work. And we add functionality. Okay, we didn't finish that right here. So I want that when we click outside of it, we'll close. So go. So I'll close this one. Now search right here. Outside of here, I will say window that add event listener, mouse up. All I want to do is just this one. That's the same thing. So I can just copy this. I close this for me. Close this one. Just put it right here. Save it. Now, if I click this one, choose it, create this one, choose it, and I click outside of it, it goes away. Okay. So we did our search. We did this tab right here. We can change. And last but not least, we add the functionality for the slider. The autoplay, everything. And you can create more slider. Make sure add a ID to a set by setting ID of the class of a class. So that's it. That's it for this week tutorial, and that's it for the theory. The next tutorial we create a full slider with more advanced options. So I'll go more into detail explaining how it works. But that's it for this week. Thank you for staying by. If you have not already done so, I would like if you like, share, and subscribe to the bell notification icon so you won't miss my tutorial whenever I release new one. Thank you again for your time, and I have a great one. I'll see you next week tutorial. Bye.